What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Work Smart Not Hard Live. This is a weekly meeting, and it's all about various different ways that you can be more productive and leverage the internet to get more out of your life, work less, and enjoy the work that you do. You do. Right. So I wanted today to talk about productivity because this is something that I've been reflecting a lot on recently because of a phenomenon that occurs in my life and also a lot of my clients' lives. I do consulting, so I work with people, and you see a lot of patterns as a consultant in yourself and also the people you're working with because you focus more on how people are progressing and how this changes over time. And you pay a lot of attention to the language they use and all this kind of stuff, right? So one of the patterns that I've noticed is this kind of contradiction where sometimes by trying to make something happen, you make it happen in a short-term way, but then ultimately it doesn't end up happening. And in my own personal life, I often find that if I try and make myself do something, just force myself to do it, I can do it, but I often don't end up continuing to do it. And what's weird about this is even when I know that I'm better off doing something and I know that I'm happier when I'm in the habit of doing something, that doesn't necessarily make me do it. And that's what's really interesting about this is that you can have the information that you need to fix problems. And you can know exactly what you need to do, but that doesn't mean that you're just going to naturally do it. Maybe over time, if you're looking at a period of 10 years, yeah, there's a high correlation that if you know how to fix a problem, you're going to do it. But when it comes to actually getting that action to happen, how do we get ourselves to use the information that we already have or the information we have access to? And that's the tricky part. Because our reality, whether we want to accept it or not, is if you are a human and you are able to access the internet, you can solve any problem in your life. And this is a huge responsibility because if you want to admit that to yourself, that means that you have to accept that your circumstance is, to some degree, your responsibility. You are where you are, either because the world put you there and you want to tell yourself that the world's just going to doom your future, or you are where you are because of your decisions. You led to you being where you are in your life. And you can change things to change where you are in your life. But you have to accept responsibility of your life to be able to change your circumstance. And this part's really tricky. How can we get better about that? How can we utilize information better to solve our problems? Because we don't live in a world where we don't have answers. We live in a world where we are surrounded by problems and answers, both in an infinite way. And we may accept this or not accept this, right? There's plenty of people who would say, Jack, there's not answers to every problem. I would argue that by definition, all problems have an answer. So if a problem exists, there is at least one answer. You may not know what the answer is, but to say that it doesn't exist would only be true if the problem doesn't exist. So it doesn't make any sense at all to say that there's not a solution to something, even if you think it's really hard or you don't know what that solution looks like. You can't say that that solution doesn't exist, right? That's our reality. We live in a time where we are surrounded by all the information we need to fix our problems, but it is incredibly overwhelming, so to speak. So that's what I'm trying to touch on here is this kind of contradiction in this problem that myself and most of the people I know have in some level. And that's that we know what we need to do most of the time. We have an idea of at least the next step. We may have forgotten that, but we know, okay, either I need to go learn this from YouTube or I need to do this. At some point, we had a thought in our past that was the right thing that we needed to do. That's something all of us humans experience. We experience this together. It's the same, right? So for me personally, I've found that when I focus on specific tasks. Like, for example, right now I'm trying to make this website that I can refer Nicaraguan Spanish speakers to, and then in their own time, they can apply themselves and learn to leverage the internet to make money. Now, making this project is something that I'm really feeling a strong emotional connection to. I feel very happy when I progress, and I know this throughout my core. Yet that doesn't mean that I'm able to consistently work on it. And this is kind of a contradiction within myself, right? Like, why is it that I've identified something I love to do and I really enjoy, and it's very fulfilling when I do it, and when I progress, I just feel great. I feel like I am doing something that matters, and I know this logically. Even when I'm doubting myself, I know the way I felt in the past, and I know the way that I feel about this specific line of work, right? Yet I don't work as much as I could, right? And I'm not trying to say that I want to work all day, but I very much understand that there's a lot of like most of the general unhappiness I feel isn't because of anything out of my control. It really is because I'm not doing the things that make me happy, and I'm aware of what those things are, and I'm aware of the contradiction, and that bothers me. And it's so interesting, really. It's quite fascinating to me how we can be in a position like this, right? So the way that I tend to counter this is something that's really hard to pinpoint, because it's almost like, okay, let's talk about an elephant in the room, this concept. You've heard this before, right? It's the thing in the room that everyone knows about, but nobody's looking directly at. No one's talking about it directly. Kind of related to this way of thinking. Like, as humans, a lot of the times you might hear that humans are logical creatures and this kind of thing, and really we're not logical at all. We're completely based off of our own logical rule, which varies exponentially between people. Really, what motivates humans is emotion. We are driven by emotion. And if you understand our particular human's pattern, you know what things they get emotional about, you know what they care, you know what they're scared about, then you can logically predict their pattern. If you don't know that individual human, you're not going to be able to predict their behavior, right? So in that way, we're not logical at all. And this is another one of these contradictions you have to kind of be aware about if you want to get the most results out of yourself. Because everything that I've really done well or worked on has honestly been almost by coincidence. There's very few things in my life that I was like, okay, you know what? I am going to make that happen. I'm going to figure that. Okay, the only thing I did that with was YouTube. I knew I wanted to be a YouTuber, but I had no idea how YouTube was going to end up changing my life. I like did not comprehend that at all. I just thought that it would be awesome to have YouTube videos, and then in the future, like I could see what I was struggling with and know where I came from, and if I have kids someday, they can learn who I was as a teenager when I was their age and struggling with similar things. Like, I love that crap, right? That's amazing to me. But I didn't realize all of the ways that it could benefit, right? And that's a recurring theme in my personal life. And I don't know if this is just me or if this is how other people function as well. I think it's a more human thing, though. I think it's a generally people are this way. And that's that when things really change, they're often not because you had all the foresight and 5 or 6 years ago you made a decision that you were going to do this and you committed and you worked every single day to make something happen. Like, that does happen, but it's not very common. Most of the time when people's lives change, it's usually triggered by something out of their control. Life has so much to offer you, and if you think that you can be open to the opportunities in front of you and also predict what those opportunities will be, that's very unlikely. And so it's this contradiction, this general theme of these contradictions that you have to understand in order to get results out of yourself without beating yourself up. Because I can tell you, personally, I've looked in the eyes, I've had conversations, I've met Loads of entrepreneurial people. I've met people whose whole jobs is to just make Instagram posts about places that they travel to, and their airlines are comped, and their travel expenses are all taken care of, and all they have to do is food. And they get tipped, and they get all these other digital income streams, and they can just eternally travel in this way, right? And that's just one example of all of the different ways that humans are utilizing the internet right now as we speak. And it's so fascinating, but also so weird. It's almost disturbing how little you actually have to work if you put yourself into the right circumstance. And ultimately, that's what it all boils down to. It doesn't really matter how hard you're trying. It doesn't really matter how many hours you put in. What really matters is regularity. You can do something every day, even if it's for 10 minutes. You're golden. That's literally all it takes to do well in this world. You just got to find a couple things and do them with regularity over a period of years. And you get skilled at stuff, and you don't have to get to be the best. In order to be better than most people, you only have to put like 100 hours into most tasks. It's not that time consuming because most people are so preoccupied by not getting involved in the things that they want to do because they don't think they're good enough yet. They don't think they know enough. For some reason, we think that we have to wait before we start to do the things that we're interested in doing. It's so absurd, and it's such an odd mentality. I don't know why we are that way, but there are so many of these contradictions that you have to understand if you really want to maximize your productivity. And I'm getting into this because I want to talk about your environment. Your environment consists of a lot of different factors, but as far as I'm concerned, your environment is more who you are than your personality. Your environment is the thing, the direct thing that shapes who you are and what you are able to do. There is nothing in this world that influences your life as much as your environment. There's no genetical thing that you can have that is so influential that your environment is no longer the most influential thing in your life. No matter who you are, your environment is the thing that is most likely to change. It's the thing that's most likely to change who you are because everything you do shapes who you're becoming, right? And as you get more and more and more experiences and you get older, this effect seems less noticeable. You know, as a very, very young person, say you're 15 or 16, and you meet somebody really respectful who you admire a lot, you're going to be very influenced to become like that person, right? Whereas if you meet somebody like this by the time you're 40 or 50, you've probably met other people who are like this as well, and the person's still influential in your life, but you have a much bigger experience pool to pull from, so to speak, right? But no matter what, your environment is the thing that shapes you. So this is kind of the trick with productivity. It's understanding that you are actually outside of yourself. You are just the result of your environment. And if you look to yourself to try to change things, you're often going to find that you can be aware of something, but that doesn't mean that you're in control of it. And that doesn't mean that it's going to change. So how do you bridge this gap? How do you go from being aware of something you can't change to changing it? And the key is the change in your mentality. If you are looking at yourself only, you aren't looking at the bigger picture because yourself is just the result of your environment. It's a combination of the environment you're in now and the environment you're coming from. The environment in the past is not as strong as the environment you're in now. For every environment in the past that you think messed you up or whatever, there's an environment now that can counter that and turn it into a strength. So what is an environment? Let's get into this because I've talked about how if you really, really want to be productive and you want to take control of your circumstance and your situation and who you are, you have to stop looking at yourself as just you, because It's not that easy. You aren't a creature that is consciously deciding to do every single thing you do. You're for mostly just a pattern, a multitude of loads of different patterns, of inconsistencies and patterns as well. But to a point, if you're inconsistent in the things you're interested in, that's a pattern. Everything is a pattern, right? We can look at our personalities as a series of different patterns, okay? It's so hard to change them. And to change them, you have to change your environment. Because again, your personality is a result of your environment. So what is your environment? Our environments consist of multiple things. But the most important thing that our environments have are people. And the reason these are most important is because we're kind of hardwired to have a stronger emotional impact in the presence of other people. Humans, we are conditioned to empathize and relate to each other. And this is so true that when you're around people who don't feel the same way as you often end up having a clash because you're unable to have this basic desire accomplished of being able to empathize and relate to each other. There's nothing in this world that's more powerful than a group of humans who are next to each other and who know each other well and who have the same interest, the same problem that they're trying to solve. There's nothing that can overcome that. The problem is, how do you get these humans to be in a circumstance where they know each other well, they have a bond, they have a connection, and they're all going in the same direction. They all care about the same thing, right? That's hard. That's incredibly hard. But all productivity ultimately boils down to how you control your environment. What are you putting in your environment, and what effect is this having on you? I'm talking about people because people are the most exponential part of your environment. A person in your environment is like it's like a black hole or a tornado. Like, you have no idea if that chaos, like, I'm not saying it's bad. I used bad metaphors there. But a person is just a very intense energy. And it's very hard to find other people who have the kind of energy that is beneficial to your energy and where you're trying to go in that moment. That's very, very tricky. And it's why you have to pay a lot of attention to your environment. Now, how does the internet play a role here? Because, as I mentioned earlier, I firmly believe that any of you, if you're listening to this, you have the ability to change absolutely anything in your life. You are connected to the internet. You maybe don't view it as your responsibility. We talked about that earlier, right? Like, if you want to take control of your life and you want to have the things that you want or be the person you want to be, if that's not who you are now, you really have to fundamentally understand that you're responsible for your own life. If you don't view your life as your responsibility, then you're not going to be able to change anything and you're just going to be stuck complaining. But anytime you go along with those other people in the world, or honestly most of the rest of the world, who's quite critical, quite judgmental, and quite harsh, you're wasting your energy. Even if you are just being mad at somebody who is like that, or you're being bitter or cynical, you are wasting your potential by letting this energy consume you. Because even observing other people in these energetic states, because other humans are the most cataclysmic, the most intense part of your environment, even if you're not even physically next to these people, if you are occupied by what they're thinking about, if you're on social media, you're thinking about these people, they're in your environment and you are part of that. Even if you are complaining about it, you are part of the situation. And we have to acknowledge how intensely the people in our environment affect us. And it's so regular that often we don't realize that. But how many times can you look back and think when you had a conversation or you had an interaction or somebody judged you and it was earlier in the day and it wasn't that important. It didn't really matter that much, but for some reason it got to you, right? That's because when we wake up, when we start our days, we are constructing our mentality. We are constructing who we're becoming. And any energy that goes into that, and that beginning part, gets stronger than if it were in a part of the day where you have more experiences and you're more strong, more coherent, right? People have a huge, huge effect on your environment. And this is why the internet allows us to change our lives so effectively. Because for the first time in humans' existence, we can directly develop a relationship. We can talk to, we can interact with the energies of other humans completely independently of physical location. That is absolutely insane. If that was the only thing the internet did, that would still have been enough to eventually change the way that everything works, right? And it's so powerful because now we have the option of choosing these major emotional connections, these things that shape us. We have the option of finding them and putting them in our lives through the usage of the internet. And right now, we exist in a time where video calling is becoming completely widespread. The whole world was just put in a situation where they were forced to get comfortable on video or learn to work remotely. This is fascinating because it means that all of these benefits that were kind of a little bit further out of the way for most people are now becoming closer and closer to them. And now, before I really end this kind of thing about productivity, I want to get back into myself and how I'm using this information to counter that contradiction. How do I counter the fact that I have all the info I need, but I don't necessarily apply it effectively? How do I counter this? And the key is to fill my environment with things that I enjoy doing. Everything else basically falls to the wayside, because once you are enjoying your life, you inevitably meet people who change it, and you inevitably develop the skills necessary to accomplish what you want. The most important thing that you can do in this world, in this time here, is figure out what gives you the most value in your life. When do you feel like you matter? When do you feel like the thing that you are doing is important? Whether it's for someone you care about, or whether it's important for you, or whether you think it's important for the world or the future, whatever. It doesn't matter. You just have to feel like what you're doing matters. And but most of us don't have the luxury of knowing what these things are that make us feel that way. But that doesn't mean they don't exist. That just means that we came into humanity, we came into society in a time where being born doesn't teach you how to figure out what makes you happy and fulfilled. It actually teaches you the opposite. Most humans, when they're born, they're thrown into a lot of chaos and a lot of neglect and a lot of frustration and resentment to the world. And you have to kind of learn to see it while you're being raised in it. And this is incredibly hard. It's not easy at all to do, but once you're able to understand all of these patterns and toxic behaviors that are holding most other humans back, it allows you to see them in yourself and then change your environment to change the things in yourself. And that goes into where a lot of progress comes from, this kind of indirect approach. The way to maximize A is to focus on B. That is how I've gotten more progress personally versus other methods. There's no system of goals or system of regularity that led to me progressing more than the concept of valuing enjoying your time. How do you fill your time with things that you enjoy, that you feel like are meaningful? Because that's the key. If you can do that, then the rest is history. Because you're enjoying what you do, you're getting more experiences, you're developing, you're becoming more positive, because most of the people in this world are not enjoying their lives every day. If you can smile most of the time, you're better off than most people. Most people are not very, very cheerful, but everybody enjoys it. Okay, I guess that's not entirely true. I've met some people who are so bitter and resentful that when they see happy people, they just feel angry that they're happy. Like, that exists. I've been that way sometimes too. Anyway, that's it. I'm done with that rant. What's up, guys? How's it going, Rita? If you're here.
I'm here. Hi.
I just talked for 30 minutes. Holy shit.
I have to get out of this gate, though. Talk for like 1 more minute so I can get out of this gate that I'm in. At my
Oh, that's
storage
okay.
unit.
I actually
I'm just kidding, but I have to. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I gotta look at YouTube and see if there's any comments. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, I'm not logged into my account. Gotta search it. I got reconnected. I have a phone again.
What, did you lose your phone?
Oh yeah, like a month ago.
Oh, yeah. Gosh. My goodness. Did you like not having it a little bit?
Yeah, I really did.
I sometimes think I would really like that for a little while. Like I could just. Go ahead.
The main reason that I got it is because of my friends and stuff, because I understood that it was bothering them in some ways that I was not contactable, and sometimes this was inconvenient for them. So
Yeah.
ultimately I was like, okay. But I still just leave it. I'm definitely not like, I don't have it on my person anywhere near as much, and having a month away from it really, really helped. I'm glad that I did that.
Good.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've toyed with the idea of getting a home phone and then just letting my clients know that I'm, this is when I check my voicemail at home, at my home office, and something like that. I don't know, and I don't know. It's kind of tricky because sometimes you get a last minute cancellation or something, and having a cell phone's really convenient for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know. I may not be able to pull it off, but it's a fun thing to think about. I'm really related to. Do you want me to talk now?
Yeah, I'm done.
I liked a lot of what you were talking about, and I don't know. I sort of wrote down a couple notes while you're talking, so I wouldn't forget. One of the things was you were talking about how your environment and how people can affect you so much. And a few years ago, I wanted to become an appraiser really badly. It was a stay-at-home kind of job. You do go out and measure houses and stuff like that, but a lot of the work's done at home, and I still had my kids at home, and I'd always wanted to work from home, and so I got my license to become, a trainee, an appraiser trainee, and what happened was I seemed to be attracted to all the negative people on the internet about appraisal, and it's just like eBay. It's a very similar dynamic. There's some people that just go, they make money, and they have a blast. And then there's other people that see all the negatives, and maybe they still work and make money, but they're really unhappy. And so I was attracted to those people for whatever reason, my background or whatever. No need to make excuses, just where I was at. But I just pretty much wrecked it for myself. But by listening to those people and getting into fear and things like that. And the reason I know that is I have a friend who's still doing it. I was always afraid I was going to go to prison, because there's a lot going on. I wasn't doing anything wrong, but, there was a lot of fear mongering.
People who were, yeah.
Yeah, you might go to prison, you're going to get your license taken away, you're going to get hauled into the Office of Real Estate Appraisers and, state, and all this stuff all the time. And, I have a friend that's still in it. And, he doesn't love it. I'll be honest, he doesn't love it. He's kind of negative, probably, that's probably why we became friends, But he stayed in it, and he never got hauled in front of anybody, and he's made a lot of money, and, with the proper mindset, that could have been a good thing. Plus, on top of that, I had figured out a less risky way to make money doing it, and like that would have been more palatable to me. But by the time I got that kind of inspiration or whatever, my mind was just so negative. I didn't have the energy to make it happen. So I say all that to say, your mindset and the environment you create for yourself I can tell, I can definitely agree with that. It's very, very important. And, it really is up to us. And like you said, the humans, I always thought of environment as like your home, or, your office that you're working in, like what's it look like? And, so, and that could be part of it too, but
Yeah.
I never really thought about how important the people were that you surround yourself with. That is a huge part of your environment. It's probably 90%, you know? So anyway, that's kind of, what came to mind when you talked about that. And then with the way I make money now, which is dog sitting and dog walking, for those of you who don't know me, I'm down in Southern California doing that. And kind of funny because it's like your YouTube thing. I just did it to make some money. I didn't care. I didn't really care about much at that point. I was kind of burnt out. I was very burnt out on different things. It was shortly after the appraisal thing, and I just kind of did it. I didn't care. I was living in my van actually, so I didn't need much money, and I didn't care. I just wanted to keep gas in the van and eat, and that was fine with me at that point.
Simple
Just
life.
simple, and it does have its appeal still to this day. But the point I want to make is it really at some point, I guess because I had done it a number of hours, like you said, 100 hours. I had done it probably more than, before this happened, but probably 2 or 3 years, and it could have gone faster if I'd had a better mindset, I'm sure. But, after 3 years, it really started to flow, and I had put some work in, I had clients, I started to have, an online reputation a little bit, and this just started to flow, and I started to make enough money and get it, then I could get a place to live again, and things like that. So I can see like those two different experiences, even though I wasn't in a great mind frame for either one really, but I think partly because I didn't care as much. I just didn't have a lot of
Yeah,
negative.
that's the contradiction part. It's so
Yeah,
weird.
so, well,
Phenomena,
yeah,
I guess, is the better. Yeah.
yeah, it's well, they always say that if you let go, sometimes that's when you actually get what you want, when you stop
If you
chasing it
love
and just
something, let it free.
yeah, but there's a reason they say it. There's some truth to it. And I did care, I did care. I needed to make some money, but I didn't. I didn't have a lot of anguish about what I was doing on a day-to-day basis. I had a lot of anguish with the appraisal stuff. It's so crazy. We fill out these forms, and everything I filled out, I'd be like, what about this? And what about this? I'd be thinking about all these things that could go wrong. It was crazy. I just really worked myself up. But with dog walking, I guess partly because it's so simple. I mean, I can still make anything difficult if I want to. I
We
still
are
thought about,
masters of this.
yeah, I mean, I thought a lot about, it's so funny. Here we go. I always thought about, like, what if bunch, dog comes up and tears my dog apart and this and that. I'd have these things sometimes,
Does
worries,
that ever
and
happen?
it's,
Have you ever been attacked? Like one
well,
of the
that's
dogs
what
you're walking has been attacked?
the answer is no. And the funny thing is that I
Really?
was
That's
going to
never
get to it.
happened?
It does happen sometimes to people. Yes, it can happen for sure.
But it
But
hasn't happened to you. That's amazing.
no, and 10 years. So but here's the really interesting thing. When I was first starting and I had all this worry, dogs would run toward us a lot, off leash, and I'd be scared. And it would happen kind of a lot, just be at a park or this or that. I don't know if I'm just better at avoiding them now or something. I don't know, but all I know is that dogs don't even run up on me anymore. And I think part of it is because, I mean, if you believe this sort of thing, is because I'm not thinking about it all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not worrying about it all the time. And that, who knows, maybe there's some subtle things I'm doing a little bit differently or something that maybe are helping with that. But I think it all kind of goes together. But I realized
And you
that
have an air
just a
of
couple weeks ago.
confidence about you now, and the dogs are like,
Oh,
ah.
yeah, yeah, that's quite possible because I used to tense up a lot when I just was tense all the time.
Yeah.
And now I'm more relaxed and more confident, and yeah, there were dogs that came running up on us. There were a couple of somewhat scary situations. 90%, 95% of the time, most dogs just want to come up and say hi. The thing is, when your dog's on leash, it makes them nervous because they don't have any control. They feel kind of
Yeah.
like powerless. It kind of makes them nervous.
Yeah.
That's kind of well known in the dog world, leash on leash. So anyway, so yeah, there's probably a lot going on. I mean, I think the spiritual and the physical and the quantum particles and everything, I think it all goes together, you know. But it's just funny how, like, when I was so worried about it, it would happen a lot. Dogs coming up on us, and now it just doesn't. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's really weird. So let's see if there's anything else. So as far as yeah, with the dog walking, I have found, you know, because I've been doing it a while, I have found people that um, have given me referrals, have given me knowledge, you know, dog professionals, like trainers and other dog walkers. And I'm also starting to, as my vibration is getting better, I'm feeling better, I'm meeting better people in terms of more positive people and people that are a little bit more innovative. And so it's really cool. It's kind of neat to see it growing. And it's, I mean, maybe I won't do anything else with my life. Maybe I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. Maybe sometimes I'll dabble with training a little, or you know, something like that. I don't know. I don't really know where things are going, and I don't really care that much right now. I'm just trying to enjoy my life. The weather's really great here right now. It's like in the 70s. It's like 60s and 70s
Nice.
most
Not
days.
too
So
hot.
it's just, yeah. When it gets hot, you know, my tune might change a little, but but it's fine. It'll be fine. It's usually just a few days a year that it gets really bad, but yeah, so as far as doing other things, I mean, that's why I didn't make my weekly call with you, Jack, for a couple weeks, because I don't really have a lot to share as far as goal tasks or things like that. I'm just trying to get happy
Yeah.
and inspired. Happy and inspired. And for me, actions don't always make me happy. Um, for me, getting my head straight and thinking happy thoughts makes me happy, even if I don't do anything.
Yeah,
Like, so
yeah.
I'm trying to get away from the thing of having to work myself to happiness, and I'm not trying to
Yeah.
contradict you.
No, no, no. I
Everybody's
totally
different.
understand that.
Everybody's different, so I don't mean to sound contradictory. But I feel like it needs to start with the thoughts, and then the thoughts become behaviors. Just like the toxic thoughts become toxic behaviors, like you were
Yeah, yeah.
mentioning. The happy thoughts become happy behaviors, and the happy behaviors, you know, lead to inspiration. And you know, because one of the things you might have noticed, maybe others have noticed, if anybody cares or pays attention, I get a little inspiration and then I lose interest. So, you know, that's not bad. I don't think it's bad to get excited about something. You know, it's always good. It feels good. It feels good to get excited about something. But yeah, I'm not sure what needs to happen. You know, for me to follow through on something. I don't really want to force it, to be honest with you. I've forced things before. I mean, that
Yeah.
was, you know, that was a lot of what
I
happened with
think
the
that's
appraisal
just
thing.
how humans learn. We're we are not creatures that can just pick a thing and then go into it all the way. Some people can do that, but they represent a very small portion of the population. Most of us have to have lots and lots of different experiences. And we have to pick things up and put them down and pick things up and put them down until we understand enough about ourselves to know what our habits are. And that, like, for me personally right now, most of the things that I'm filling with my day are things that I'm confident that I'm going to be doing continuously because they're interests that I've had on and off for a period of years. So I know that even if I don't feel like interested in it right now, that's probably going to change. I'm probably going to feel interested in it again soon because historically that's how it works. These interests may be fleeting, but they do come back and they do repeat themselves. And this is why the environment is so important. For me, at least, Rita, the days I feel happiest, they're never days that I'm like, oh, I did a lot. And it's not that it's like, oh, it's not like that feeling of saddest of checking something off, right? It's more like I just observe that when I have a wide variety of different things that I enjoyed in a day, I'm happy. There's so few
Yeah,
days where, like, if I made a video and I talked with a person online and I cleaned and I was a bit tired and I rested a little bit and I got some physical activity and I ate food, water, I'm happy
yeah,
every single time.
yeah,
And it's
yeah.
it's
I
not
think,
it's not because, oh, I feel productive because I did all these things and that makes me happy. It's because that is what the happiness state is being in the act of doing the things that you enjoy.
Yeah, yeah. And I was listening to a video this morning at Esther Hicks, and she was talking about how like a song, somebody writing a song, and that's just an example. It's not nothing to do with me, but
Yeah.
how someone can get an inspiration to write a song that is so popular, it does so well, they may never have to work again. They'll make so much money, and it's like that's the ease and effortlessness that would, to me, be a real, cool goal. Not goal. We don't like that word. But, that would be a really cool thing to have, is to, whatever you're doing is so fun and you're inspired to do it. And I know we can't be inspired every day, but that's not the point, like, it's just, I just think it would be really neat to be inspired and to just, where you could accomplish so much in a short amount of time without just killing yourself.
Yeah.
That's the goal, and I don't know, maybe that'll come from me through dog care somehow. I don't really know how it's
You're
all
open
gonna.
to it, so
Yeah, I'm just
you
trying
need
to
to give
stay
it more
open and
time.
get happy. Yeah, I need to feel happy, and I'm trying not to beat myself up because I don't know yet
And get
what it
happy.
is.
I like that.
Yeah, what the heck? Why not? I mean, this is, I just had the realization like a month ago. I can be happy. It's okay if I'm happy. Like it was like it was like a mind-blowing thing, like, oh,
You don't have
I
to be
can be
in
happy.
endless pursuit of something else.
Yeah, I don't always have to, and it's okay to want more in your life, but I don't have to rush it. And there's already so much good too. Like I have an amazing life actually. I mean, some people wouldn't want to live in my little room, but I like it because it's not much to maintain. I do enjoy a simple life, and my daughters are doing good. I have so much to be grateful for. So it's like, what's the rush? There's no rush. It'll be all right. Money flows. Money flows in and out.
Yeah, especially now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm a little. I'm not strapped yet, but I mean, I can see like there needs to be some little more income. I can see that, but it's kind of trickling in actually. That's a funny thing, people are starting to go places again. I'm actually dog sitting this weekend, just a couple nights, but that'll help. And my appraiser friend asked me to do some work for him, and just a couple of things are
Life works
starting to
out.
trickle. Yeah, it does. It's always working out. So that's about all I can think of right now.
I like the vibe. It's fun. It's funny actually because I was reflecting on like I mentioned earlier, like trying to understand myself well enough to know what exact environment makes the Jack that does a lot of work on this website. And I know that the key is that I can't just directly make it, but what's so fascinating about this in particular is that even if I put it off, like say I don't do something in a day, because I try and do something every day, right? Ultimately, something ends up happening related to it. Someone I know in person asks me a question from like, how do I do this in Nicaragua? Or they show me, this is more common actually, where they show me mentality that is stopping them from being able to see the opportunity. That's way more common. And that's what has really inspired me, is understanding that most of the people here, they don't view the fact that they live in Nicaragua as an advantage when it comes to earning money. They think that it's a disadvantage. And that is the direct
Why
thing
do
that I
they
have to
think it's a
work with.
disadvantage? I mean, I know what the advantage is. What do they feel the disadvantage is?
Well, you basically, to understand the mentality, you have to eliminate all understanding of online income. There is no earning money online, there is just earning money in person. And if you
Okay, so
can
they just
only
don't get the
get,
whole.
yeah, the
It's
economy
not
here
part
is
of their.
much weaker than the US economy. There's
Well,
not as many
yeah, and
jobs
so
available and they don't pay as well.
and there's a lot of Americans that don't get that you can make money online too. So it's
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's just a Nicaragua thing,
No,
but
it's
like you
definitely
said,
not.
they're in definitely a better position because
Yeah, they don't have to move.
probably yeah they could just start and
Yeah.
within a year they'd have enough to live on every
Yeah.
month. You know,
Yep.
it's so crazy.
And that's the craziest part about it too, is I thought, like, when I was in the US before I came to Nicaragua, I had this understanding that people in Latin America don't have much free time because they're like working all the time and there aren't enough jobs and they have to like, but that's not actually the reality. Is you're way more likely to live with a family member here. You're way more likely to live with multiple family members here, and it's very likely that you don't have a job and you have a lot of time. So
Yeah.
people here in general actually have way more free time than I imagined, and that was something that surprised me, and is one of the reasons I feel very confident that once I really get this product to be more fledged and brought out, that it's going to be something that's really useful to a lot of people. They have the
Yeah.
resources necessary.
Yeah.
Right.
You could do like a day in the life of what your life looks like. That's what I popped up into my head. You know, like, well, here's me spending 2 hours cleaning the house. here's
Yeah.
me, here's me, you know, like here's me playing World of Warcraft for 2 hours, and then here's me spending an hour on this actual paid work thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if they
Yeah.
could just get a vision for what that would look like really how,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, a
That's
day
interesting.
in the life of a Nicaragua entrepreneur actually, like how little work it really is in a
Yeah.
sense. You know, that's interesting.
Oh,
It's
I like
interesting
that.
how
Yeah, that's a cool
mindset.
concept.
You like that idea?
Yeah.
Oh,
So for this website, the marketing campaign in the future has to be really extensive. Basically, like, only a very small portion of people are going to go to the website and subscribe and actually pay. Most of the people who are exposed to the content are actually just going to be people who are using YouTube. So my mentality with the ads isn't like making advertisements lead to something. It's directly exposing them to the information. One of my like foundational approaches to how I want to work is I don't I don't want to just interact with an opportunity to earn money. I want to understand a whole scene, like the situation here in Nicaragua. I'm not saying I everything, but understand how people feel and do something that enables other people on a large scale to do something else. That's the kind of work that I really value. It's like why I make videos, because I could talk to one person, or I could talk to one person and have it be recorded, and then anybody who had those problems in the world technically could look at it. You know, it just makes more sense to do it that
yeah.
way. It's way
Do you
more
make
effective.
do you make money? Do you think doing this, or is this more of a, you know, just kind of a, you know, just something you want to do to help people?
No, that it has the potential to earn more money than anything else. Because if I can create enough meaningful interactions, it will spread in a way. It has the potential to spread and grow exponentially as long as I make it very useful and valuable. So I'm better
Okay.
off spending 1 or 2 years making the website than I am just rushing and publishing it. I have everything in a very,
Yeah. Just curious how what your thought process was on it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
I don't
interesting.
think it's going to be very profitable in the beginning. But because of the price point and the demographic of people I'm marketing to and my very unique circumstance, it's highly unlikely that I'll have much competition. So I don't really foresee. I don't know. I know that every variable that I'm aware of that indicates something will work out in the future and do well, all of those are active for the Spanish content website. Because mostly because like I'm regularly talking to people and I need something that's in Spanish that I can give to people. Like, hey, go to this website. It has literally everything you need it's for a Nicaraguan person to address how to earn money online. Like, it's tailored for you. Like, I need that to exist. Once that exists, it means that I can speak at events for free. I can go to universities, speak to people, and they can find a product that they can interact with. So even outside of the marketing campaign on YouTube, ultimately, that's just one component to bring people to the platform while also educating a large number of people. Like, I'm very, I want to do things in my life that enable other people to do things that they weren't necessarily going to do. Like, to be a catalyst for other people, right? That's one of the mentalities I took with the dropshipping content. Like, how can I was doing something really risky and showing all the numbers, showing all the data, just showing everything completely openly. I interviewed a bunch of different people who hadn't shown their faces on YouTube before in the dropshipping scene. Like, I was very intent on, like, I understood that the scene was kind of had too much secrecy about it. It was too muddy, too dark, and it needed more clarity and more transparency. And I felt that I was in a very unique position to provide people with some of that transparency, and at least getting people to show their face and talk about things directly on YouTube and share information. And like, that's something that I think hints at like what fulfilling is for me, because it can't just be something that's just good for me. Like, if I feel fulfilled about something, it's because I enjoy it, I think it's good for me, and I think it has implications in the future that are good for other people. Usually there's like 4 or 5 different things that lead to something really feeling fulfilling. Um, so I actually want to end this pretty soon. Is there any comments you want to make, Rita, or anybody listening? If you want to ask any questions in the chat, I'll check them out real quick.
I don't have anything at all. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Oh, we didn't talk about our course. Did you take the
Oh yeah,
Gary Vee course?
I took like the first like 45 minutes of it, but I didn't finish.
About same. That's about the same as I did. I was pretty familiar with him anyway, but that's a lot what you were probably very familiar with him, right? Already.
I actually don't. I know that a lot of people I'm close to are very familiar with him, and they've said their names a lot, but I haven't really looked at much of his. I've meant
Oh, really?
to.
Oh. Yeah, he's really like, if somebody's new on the internet and wants to get sales, he's a really good one to listen to, just to get the basic idea of that jab, right hook.
Yeah.
Like, don't just come on the internet and start spamming people, because
Yeah.
they're not, like you said, people don't care who you are. They don't know you. You haven't provided anything of value. Just stop. So that's kind of, he's put it in a really cool way that people can. I think that's probably, I would guess that's probably one of the most important things he's kind of come up with, is the jab, right hook. You give value, and then you ask for the sale.
Yeah, makes sense. That's the mentality. It was comforting watching that, because it's very much the mentality with the Spanish content website, is like, how do I give as much value as possible and cause an emotional reaction in the person with the value of the information. That's it. That's all that. And then there's the chance they'll engage in that. But
yeah,
I guess I'm not doing the hook part, really. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and that's something he's talked about. I don't know, probably in that course, but I didn't go. But he has talked about. I've listened to his videos before. Yes, if you just keep jabbing, you got to ask for the sale at some point.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's some way, but it doesn't have to be a right hook. Sounds kind of aggressive.
Yeah,
it
does, right?
soft. It can be a
he does
soft
seem
right
quite
hook.
A-type in that way.
Yeah, but yeah, he does, and he does create the emotion. I don't really care for his personality myself, but he's, you do have to do the right hook at some point. He says he thinks about. I was just trying to listen to some of it before we got on the call. Like, he thinks about 26 times a year, I think, was ideal. That's what he found, but it's probably different for different industries.
Yeah.
So every couple of weeks, that isn't bad. We've been providing value every few days or something, and I mean, it's just, here I have this book. That's all. I've got a book if you'd like to do it. And then I know Chris has taken some of his thing too, where he says, you know, if you feel like you've gotten value from me and you want to help support me and help support these videos, please, you know, buy this book. And you know, so and he asks every time, and it's like, and it's not spammy because he gives a lot of information, just a lot of value. So it's not irritating, you know. It's just like, oh yeah, it's true. I mean, that's why I don't even go on his 6 o'clock call anymore, but I'm still paying the Patreon $12 a month because I feel like he's provided that much value and entertainment. Sometimes it's just entertainment at this point, but it's fine. You know, I feel like $12 is not too much to give, you know, to somebody who's helping that much. A lot of people don't, though. A lot of people don't.
Yeah.
Won't do it. It's sad. Anyway, I know you want to get going.
So good. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Stimulus, unemployment, DK hurt, and this is all Saturday, 6. Remember, grab the facts down below. Stimulus. Now the Supreme Jobs Report yesterday amazed, and they were completely confused, as was they had no. They were actually positive. After a day to digest, get some feedback from an author back on another state check and a stimulus package that they're saying, which is great news. But I don't think ignore that element. They've got to address it, and pretty quickly. Different. President Trump, though, has come out. He's outlined second stimulus check, payroll tax cut, and spending.